Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to Painting Discourse. I'm happy to see you again here during this stream. I am going to be continuing with my Cyril and Methodius project. This is a fragment piece that I'm working on. It's a part of the larger painting. As some of you might know, especially those of you who watch this stream regularly, this is an ongoing project where I experiment with certain ideas that would be beneficial and helpful for my final larger piece. These are all experiments. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So this wouldn't be your typical instructional painting video, you know, step by step, paint by number, as you might be used to. Well, that being said, this is, well, let me put it as it is. You should not watch this video. It makes no sense. It would be waste of your time. Rather than just watch it, paint alongside with me. That's the best way how to enjoy it. That's the best way how to improve. That's the best way how to take advantage of these streams. Since they are here for you, you can, you know, really take advantage of it, because there are places and moments when I really zone in and I paint, and it's very difficult to get together or put together a coherent sentence while my brain is trying to really pay attention to painting and everything that is happening on canvas, everything that is happening with the paint, and you know, mixing it and applying that paint on the surface. So these areas of the video might be really boring to just, you know, to watch me apply the paint on a piece of canvas. It's not really that entertaining. And this is not I'm not entertainer. I am a painter. I love to paint, and I encourage everybody to join me on this journey and explore your own creative ideas. So yeah, that's just the introduction. I'm going to be mentioning this all the time and throughout the video that you know, you should grab a pencil, you should grab a piece of paper and just sketch. If anything else, this is very an expensive, cheap form of you know, expressing your visual needs or expressing something that you would like to communicate with another person through the image, right? So and if you have your little small station somewhere in the corner of your house, or if you have a studio as I have right now, and you just want to really have some companion to paint alongside with you, and maybe test and put your own knowledge into a test, this would be the place for you to be. Since this is a painting discourse, I talked about a lot of different ways of how to approach painting. I don't have a one strict way of painting per se. I mentioned multiple times in previous streams that I use my you know, the classical tonal, put down the shadow, and then, you know, or divide the painting into light and shadow, and then cover the shadow with one continuous transparent dark value, and then roll the form from the shadow, from the terminator edge. I use this as my safety net. This is something that is back on my head. I use it as a Control C. Oh, I'm sorry, not Control Z, but Control Z. That's what it is. Control Z or Command Z for those of you who watch use the Apple as an undo button, right? So whenever I'm somewhere in the middle of a complete crisis with my paintings. That happens often than you might think. I always refer, I don't know how to solve certain things, the form doesn't show, the overall feeling, it's not there. I'll go naturally into that and into that stage of, okay, this is what I know, this is what I know that works, and this is the way how I can quickly create a form. And then again, if I decided to change that, I can start experimenting on top of it. This is actually important in everything that I'm doing, is that since there's a lot of experimentation, there's a lot of exploration, there's a lot of mistakes, I need to have something that I can rely on. And throughout the years, I developed a certain methods that are helpful and beneficial to me specifically. It's not something that you can apply generally for every person that paints. And if you ever come across someone who's telling you that this is the only way how to paint, or this is the best way how to paint, that should be a red flag for you. In my opinion, that's what's happening, and it's mostly because it's that kind of a I think it's a very narrow-minded way to look at painting. And proof, it's not in what I'm saying. Proof is in the works. When you look at from the beginning of cave painting to today, the style changed, the materials change, and every generation has some valid additions to painting or art in general, whether or not we are perceiving it at that moment, whether or not we are understanding it at that moment when it's happening, but it's still here, right? So thinking about only one way to paint, it's more, I wouldn't even say that it's a traditional approach, it's more like a French academic approach, that they have strict, perfect way to create convincing, beautiful piece of artwork. And they could train an enormous army of painters that they would then decorate these beautiful castles, which is great on one side, and then in today's world when everybody wants to be individual, and we're trying to create even more separation between the styles and opinions and so on and so forth. It creates kind of a big contrast, and that's why I don't want to say that one idea is better against the other, because these are all the world of art at this point in 2024, it's very subjective. We have a plethora of painters, designers, decorators that are actually dipping into that painting category, and it's a really enormous market that viewers can choose from. So you might want to focus on one particular thing that you are good at, and improve on that, which is valid and great. You might be all over the place if you want to, which is also awesome. Important part is that we are creating and moving the art or painting forward, rather than just destroying it and damaging it with half. How would I put this? With not the kitsch in the sense of what a nerder is talking about, but simply with the bad painting. Some of us, or most of us, really take care about the environment, and trying to take care about the environment because we are polluting it with the toxic paints. So creating even more bad art, it's not really the way to be helpful to the idea of trying to not pollute the planet as much as we do, especially painters with the toxic paints, because we know they are toxic, and they were even more toxic before. Right now they're trying to kind of regulate that. I don't think that's helping at all, because we still will have exceptions for restorators, for example, that they need to use the pigments that are very close to the original recipes. So yeah, but I don't want to go into into a debate about ecology and what's good and what's bad for our planet, rather to talk about what's good and what's bad for painting itself. I just wanted to let you know that you should keep this in mind, because it's part of that exploration. It's a part of that journey towards understanding and towards better results. So yeah, that's just a quick intro. You probably hear me talk about random stuff all the time at the beginning, because it's just all freestyle. I don't have anything prepared. It's mostly driven by what I see on my canvas and what happened previous to pressing start streaming or record button. So I want to really get back to painting, and I'm looking at what I did yesterday, which was that portrait that I started right here. I talked extensively about why am I putting it there and how it works, and I talked also about the different techniques that are involved in this process of painting. And yesterday I liked it a lot, and today I'm kind of meh. And this happens to me all the time, and then that's why there is a famous saying. I don't know if it's a saying, but sleep on it. So I came today morning into the studio, I saw it, and I immediately have some doubts about what to do, and perhaps a problem. And then I did not rush into, oh, I'm going to change this and that. I'm going to quickly start erasing everything or scraping paint down. The problem with that portrait might not be, or with that head might not be in the head, but the fact that yesterday I kind of had, I thought of these things there as well. While I was painting this part, the portrait, I was thinking about what's going to be here. And today when I get here, my first initial look was like without any thought. And since this part right now, it's really heavy, right? In the focus, in the tension, this kind of falling off of the canvas, so it doesn't even belong there. And right now it feels that the composition is heavy on this side right here. So I'll have to bring a little bit more attention here. So perhaps today I'll be working here a little bit, not necessarily that again adding more details, but maybe pump the saturation a little bit here, bring it a little bit more towards us, right? So we kind of balance it, that side of the canvas. I should probably add even a little bit more of the details right here, because this is just a, even though that you have slight idea about what's happening on that side of the canvas, it's still just a large, undefined shape that might or might not work, right? So, and I mentioned the last time that everything here, it goes like this, like one continuous a line that it's cutting off, that it's actually going across. I'm sorry, that's going, not cutting off, that's going across the whole canvas from left to right, and it creates that kind of a boring, staged kind of a feel to it, because whenever we're trying to stage something, our brain's forcing us to do things equally, and the reason is, excuse me, and the reason is because our brain likes to simplify everything that it's in front of him. That's why we have minimalism so popular these days, because we're trying to simplify already simple things, just so our brain does not need to really do any effort in terms of thinking about stuff and see just straight lines. And whenever our brain sees a straight line, it directly, immediately goes from point A to point B without even noticing what's happening in between. That's the way of our brain to kind of simplify all the inputs that are around us, colors, shapes, smells, noise, the things that you're touching. It's just so much input, so much information that goes into your brain, and having everything dialed to 100, it would be crazy. I can't even imagine what is it to have everything to 100. I am maybe a little bit more since I work with the paint and with the imagery, I'm a little bit more sensitive to certain colors and shapes. But thinking about that, I'm also a musician, and then I'm sensitive to certain sounds, and then I don't know, I might be on top of it also it's the sommelier, sommelier, the person who tastes and smells the wines. So much input everywhere into the brain would be, I can't even imagine how someone can, and I'm talking about these things, not that it's, I'm a recreational piano player, or, I enjoy once in a year a glass of wine. I'm talking about the high top level painters, top level musicians, and top level sommeliers, and imagine this being in one person. That would be, I don't know, I can't even imagine that the pressure on the brain. And maybe there are people that are capable of that. Certainly I'm not the one. I can focus only on one thing. I can barely paint and talk at the same time. So as you might have noticed while watching these streams. So I'm trying to keep this in mind when I'm looking, why I'm talking about this, because I'm trying to keep in mind that this portrait, it's not separately standing painting, but it's part of the large composition. And yesterday, because it wasn't there, I immediately was thinking about, what's happening here and how I'm going to incorporate this, because I'm creating kind of a empty center right here between the heads. So I tried to really imagine what is happening there and how is it happening and how is it perceived. So these are the things that when I get into the studio first thing in the morning, I didn't even take these into consideration. I just looked at existing image as it is right now, and compositionally it didn't work. And then I realized, oh, okay, but wait. I have to do this, and that. So why am I talking about this? Give yourself a second. You look at the image that you have, when you come to your studio or when you get back to your work or return from previous session to your work. Of course, immediately take the notes, what you don't like, but then start asking yourself that, what's the next step that I'm going to do, and how things from this list that I have while I'm painting are going to interfere with the continuation. Because you could find yourself in the same position that I was, and I'm getting into throughout this painting as well, that I will be changing this portrait over and over again to fine tune it with this one and this one and that one. And then I add these two, and suddenly it's not going to work together at all, right? So I'm not going to make rash decisions to create some kind of, like a weird shifts and changes, because I like the position, I like the way, I like the colors, I like the tones, I like the values, I like how it kind of disappears in the background. It's very loosely painted, even though it seems that it has a lot of details. When you get close to it, it's almost imperceivable. I mean, you can see the eye, but they're like really, there's the further eye is just not even existing. It's just a shadow shape or dark shape there that describes the eye socket. So yeah, don't get into that trap of, okay, I painted this yesterday, today I don't like it, and I have to change it no matter what. Because that's not the case. I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to move right here, unless you really, really hate the way it's painted. And what would be the problems with this? Okay, so the symmetry is wrong, the proportions are wrong. That's in my case, right? Or the way how they're touching, or what, maybe there are some maybe there are some tangents there that, you know, kind of breaking that feel of that this is front of this, right? That would be probably the things that that if I see immediately, I would start to question whether or not I should continue and move somewhere else, because that might actually also impact the composition, the overall feeling of the composition and movement throughout the piece at the end. So maybe that would be a concerns that I would deal with, or I would look at, and then, you know, change certain things. But as it is right now, I think the proportions are okay. Maybe I can move the mouth a little bit up and down, but that's not such a big problem or mistake or something to really that would impact overall composition and overall movement through the composition, through the piece. I can even erase them completely, the mouth and everything going to be okay, because they are not that necessary there. I can actually kind of make them disappear, just for sake of showing that how further away this person is away from us. The only thing that bothers me, or something that I might look into, is how am I going to incorporate him in behind this guy, behind the main character. That's something that might be an issue. And if I am not able to find a way how to incorporate him there naturally, then that might be another moment that would push me towards the decision that, okay, maybe it needs to be moved or repainted or completely erased from that painting. But as it is right now, it's not really an issue. So let me maybe focus on surrounding areas there, which will again enclose that area right here, or not enclosed. It would define where the portraits and where the people are going to stand, and how are they going to stand, and how are they going to move, and where they're going to look. Something similar happens with the legs. I had a problem. So right now I have all the legs there, and maybe I can show the suggestion a little bit here, because I'm missing. He looks like he's standing on the one leg, but it's not that big of a problem. I don't really care about that much, because that's the bottom part of the painting. That's not where the focal point is. That's more like for a viewer to give him the idea that, oh, right, this is the part of the natural world. So they're standing on the ground, on the grass, or on some kind of a ground plane, right? Unless I want to show something very important there, like, for instance, if this would be Jesus Christ, so I might bring your attention down even more to show that the heaviness of the cross that he was carrying, right? And I'm just trying to create some kind of narrative here to explain why would I maybe then bring the intention there, right? So because we know that he was, carrying the heavy cross. There was his kind of a punishment, a part of the punishment, that he would drag it through a city, and how would you show the heaviness? Well, perhaps that it's really breaking his knees, or not breaking, that it's just kind of his knees are collapsing under the weight of that cross. but you know, I don't want to go on a tangent to into some completely different painting that, you know, I am not painting right now. I might in the future, I don't know, but not right now, right? So so I kind of, you know, these legs are kind of a little small portraits that are there. I have hands that are important. I place them there. They're not finished. I'm completely aware of that, but I have a position and I have a shape, general area where they are going to be, and within that shape, that it's part of the large composition, I can start improving on that overall I can start improving on the overall how would I put this? On the overall resolution, on the overall definition that will help with the message that I'm trying to communicate. Would be probably the way to say it. I don't think that that's exactly the way to say it, but I'm just trying to save that lack of adequate words that are missing in my vocabulary today. Perhaps I'm going to pretend that today it's the problem, not my lack of understanding or limited knowledge. Another thing is that, again, today we have, I think, the best weather for painting. It's raining. I can hear the rain. I hope that it's not interfering with your audio. And the reason why I'm saying it's perfect for me, because the combination of that morning and the rain and creative work, and you know, you don't have that feel of, oh, I would rather be outside, I don't know, somewhere in the forest, or, you know, traveling through the city and, you know, exploring the city. This is really the weather. It's damp, it's cold outside, and, you know, you just want to stay inside and do something creative, something productive. That's how I perceive that. So that's like a psychological part. And then technical thing is that, you know, right now I have guaranteed the same light conditions throughout the day. So for those of you, I mean, my windows are really almost a north light, but it's like a northwestish, yeah, northwest. And the problem is that it during the summer when the sun goes down, I'm catching a little bit of that sunlight. So it kind of changes throughout the day. So it goes from cooler to warmer, and that might change the way of the way of how you harmonize the colors, right? So because you might have start compensating for the cooler light, and then by the time the day progresses, you will compensate it for the warmer light that comes from the windows. Right now, the clouds are filtering everything to natural gray, so everything is gray. This is something that I believe Delacroix was talking about in his work, that everything should be painted as it is in the cloudy or gloomy day. So no strong shadows, no strong highlights, and you're trying to develop the form in its kind of a, I don't want to say the natural state, but in the state of constant, where you don't have really strong light that is lighting on one point, and then you have a strong reflections and really dark, deep shadows, but rather create the form like a sculptor's would, and then you will decide how far you want to push it. Depends on, in my case, depends on the composition, depends on the of the design, depends on narrative that you want to communicate, the story or allegory, or so forth and so forth, so on, so forth, so on and so forth, so forth and so on, so on and so forth. Yeah. So why am I talking so much? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just trying to cover for my I'm just trying to gain time so I can think of what to do. You know what? I'm just going to. I think that I should put some information up here. So let me see what I can do here. So theoretically, I could, well, let's think out loud right now, right? So I said that I'm satisfied with the shape, and that's true. So let's think about this, and I'm looking into a mirror reflection. I'll just move into frame. So, because when I'm looking at this through the mirror reflection, the composition is solid. It holds. It really, really holds. So I don't really, I don't want to mess with it a lot. But maybe, because I was thinking that this figure, this portrait right here, it's front of this one. But then I would create this triple, like the motion that I don't want to. And maybe it's not that I don't want to. I don't think that that would be beneficial for composition. It would rather be the other way around. So what if I put this guy a little bit like so right here, but then I still have that triple thing going on. And then what I don't want to do, that I did not realize, that putting him looking towards us, it's kind of replicating him one-to-one. And I don't think that that's necessarily what I want to do. So maybe if okay, so what can I do? Well, end the stream and cry. That would be one option, but let's not explore that one. Maybe if I change the position of a head a little bit. I have some. Okay, so I have this one this direction, so I might. Okay, so let's maybe. And this is the size of the head. Okay, so it needs to be smaller. So I'm going to make his head with some kind of a, I don't know, a little tilt. Right, so. With a tilt. And what if I give him, let me see, what if I give him a little, because I'm afraid that he's also, and this is a problem with you know, this fragment particularly, because it feels like he's almost in the middle, so I'll lean him more towards that direction. What if I connect him with this throughout the shadow? There's going to be shadow underneath him. But the problem is right now, the important part, right, is that I am creating, this is, if you are watching it, this is something to pay attention to right now, is that I am creating here, in the center, this negative space, which I don't like. So what I'm going to do, instead of painting or thinking about composition from point of view that, oh, I need to have a head right here, I have a head right here, I have a shoulder right here, I have a portrait right here, I'm going to design this negative space. And then I'm going to fit, these figures into this negative space. I could maybe add a little more, maybe I can give something, okay, what about he's going to be holding a book right here with his hand somewhere like so. Things are starting to overlap. No, that might work. That might work. That's actually not a bad idea. Well, sometimes I'm surprising myself. And then I could maybe push him here. This is going to be a light, and this guy right here, it's going to be like so. Like really in the background, really into the background. Maybe I can push him even a little bit more this way. So we're not going to see anything. Maybe we're going to see only his hair right here, and then his shoulder, and then another person right here. See, this is something that it feels counterproductive to repainting it over and over again. But I can't agree with that. I know that at what point you have to lock in and start painting it, but I don't think that this is that stage. I want to explore, I want to have fun. I created the composition, rough composition, and right now my how would I put this? My wish, or no, it's not the right word. What word am I looking at? My intentions are to create a story or narrative within that composition? Would that be a satisfactory answer to this? I don't know. Maybe not. But the moment that I start filling the center of the composition, I will create the most interest right here, and that's what I'm trying to do, right? So I have to work with this way, even though on my sketch it doesn't look that way. There are ideas. I don't know. Maybe the position of the head, it's different because I felt that everybody was kind of looking to the same direction, so I wanted to change it a little bit. I wanted to show a little bit more of that, that weight, the heaviness rather of that long journey. I want to show that wear and tear, not only in clothes but also in face or in the motion. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's maybe I can make this a little smaller. This head right here. Like so. And that would give me a chance to push this guy a little lower so it doesn't stick out like, like some, like he's jumping into the air. Maybe push him somewhere here. And this is where his beard is going to be a start. And I said beard, but I don't know. He might not have a beard. Let me see if I have some. If I have some tilts. I want him to look at us, or do I want him to look down? Well, that's just too much of a Well, let's throw some drawing down first, maybe, and then I will adjust and assess whether or not it's working. Okay, I'm just going to use generic position for head. Yeah, let's do that. So well, this might work. I'll push this lower. space enough for this. Might be a little too much of the tilt. So I'm trying to just right now a model or create a position for the head, even though it doesn't look right at this moment. I'm just moving things around, and I'm trying to get something out of this position. And I'm using my trusted charcoal because let's put ear right here. And what am I going to do? Am I going to, okay, let's, so his ear can stick out, and then I can put this right here, and then I can put the shadow that will join with that, with another head, or with the head of a main character. That might work. So let's go here. Okay, and let's adjust the nose. Let's adjust the nose. That will be the nose right there. This might be this way. And he might have a this. Okay, and I might give it to him as well. So these are all monks, so they should have that symbols. And I was not putting it there because I didn't think that it's necessary, but right now it feels like it needs to be something there, so I'll break that. And maybe I can join it this way. No. I think this is okay. Let me check the mirror reflection. Yeah, I think this is going to work. Let me then put immediately also another guy right here. Do I have a sketch for him? I don't think I do. Hmm. Well, then let's invent him then. Maybe I should push it a little lower. Right, let's just show the head. Yeah, let's just show the head there. Okay, I hope that you can see more than I do, because for some reason it got really, really dark. I think it's some kind of dark clouds coming in. So I said that it's a perfect weather for painting. It is, but not, you know, not if I want to, not if I am blocking the light. Good here, so. So our gloves are on almost, and you know what's gonna happen when the glove is on. It's gonna be painting. So well, I might be paint with my fingers, so I cannot. Okay, so let me just maybe put some shadows down first. Not necessarily shadows. Let me just mix my dark color, dark pigment, and then let's warm it up a little bit, which not only is warming it up, it's also lightening it a little bit. And maybe I should put this, I think it's getting lower. Let me adjust this canvas. So I have a little better. Still, I should probably like a little box for myself so I can. Oh, I think this is okay. Yeah. Cool. So I want this direction. I want to lift a little bit of that charcoal there so it's not that dark. I don't think I'm really that satisfied with the position. Let me see. It's going to be a hair right here. So what I'm doing, I am just checking the anatomy. Ear right here. Ear is going to be right here. Yeah. Let's see. Let's put it down. Let's make it happen. And okay, let's see. Let us see. And I'm going to do same thing that I did yesterday. Since I have that blue underpainting there, I'm just gonna grab really warm pigment to start with. And scumble it on top of it. Might be way too warm. Let's get a little cooler. Just a little bit. Oops, that's too much. Yeah, that's better. That's better. And here's another thing that I talked about before. If there's a paint or pigment that you don't like, don't put it there. Just simply don't put it there. There's no reason for you to use the pigments that you don't like. And again, you know, this is I'm referring to my this is maybe too yellow. Yeah, it's too yellow. So I'm going to scrape it away slightly, and I'm going to work a little bit more with the white. With these transparencies that I talked about yesterday. These little transparencies. To get me started with that portrait, because these are all just non-existing imaginary portraits. Most of the time they resemble me because well, I don't know why. Well, actually, why am I lying? Because I'm looking at myself most than anybody else, and probably so do you. So I'm softening everything, and right now it's sticking out too much, but it's not a big of a problem, because again, you know, I can always just paint over again with the blue paint or the natural gray. And everything will go away. Let me just grab like a really red, so I can place the redness on his nose and the slight redness on his cheek. And since I have ear finally, so I'm going to be painting ear as well, let me put the redness on his ear. And I'm thinking about this in terms of planes that I'm trying to paint. And when I say planes, I don't mean airplanes. I mean when you think about planar head. So we have a top plane, side plane, front plane. And since I want him to go into a background, I'm going to mix that neutral. Kind of a gray tone. I'm going to maybe give him a little gray beard as well. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, it might look a little purplish, so let me just add a little bit of that yellow ochre there, so it should neutralize that purple. And maybe he's going to be older, so even his hair is going to be slightly lighter than anything else. And the reason is because if I would put him, you know, like if I would give him like really dark, rich, dark brown, or, you know, like the ebony hair, that might stick out a little too much. Now let me just immediately make this guy as well, because I see just his head. And you can see me paint with my finger. Well, it's probably my most expensive brush. And let me then perhaps mix that background color, which is mixture of and this is really difficult right now, because the background has a lot of different paint there, umbers, reds, all kinds of different pigments, because I was just grabbing random pigments on my brush and just throwing them there just for fun. Too dark. So I'm just going to start with, you know, a kind of a warmish grayish tone, and I'm going to add, you know, random paint there. That's too green, too flesh tony. So I'm just throwing some background values there. It should be more yellow and lighter. There we go. And then I have a little bit of the blue. In the mixture. And it should be here and here and here as well. So I'm connecting it and disconnecting it, so I have a something to work with. Maybe I should push it a little more towards that cool blue here up, so I make that this distinction between warm and cool, because I want to keep his hair that kind of a warmish gray. Maybe I should use the bigger brush. I don't know why I took this small brush. There we go. Now we're cooking. So I kind of pushed him into the background a little bit more. He's still visible, but he's like in the fog because I want him to be there, but you know, I wanted to incorporate him into the background, so I had to paint over him with the background color. And right now I'm going to bring him back again from that background, because right now he sits there pretty well. I'm kind of okay with his position. sits there pretty well. Where's the... And therefore, I can right now start bringing some details. But when I say details, I mean these are really almost, you know, in terms of look how, well, I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can see it. Look how undefined it is right now. It's really barely visible person there, but instead of bringing details in terms of, oh, I'm going to draw eyes and nose and whatnot, I'm going to fine tune right now the, I'm going to fine tune a shape of his head. So instead of you looking at specific features, I want you to focus on him as a supporting character in the background. So this would be, if you know, if there's there are some landscape painters that are watching this, he's going to be that really far away mountain. You know, I remember that we were laughing with some of my colleagues and students as well, that these two guys looked like a hobbits. So if these two guys are hobbits from Lord of the Rings, he is a Mount Doom, right? I know too much of a Lord of the Rings references, but you know, what you gonna do? I can't help myself. I love it. So right now I'm going to work a little bit on his face, or on the overall shape, not only with in the negative space, but also with the, not only with the positive space, which is his face, but also with the negative space, which is a background. So instead of defining the edge from inside, I'm going to define it from outside with the background. I'm just going to bury him into that background. So you're going to be able to see him. You're going to notice that he's there, but he's not going to be so dominant. Nice. Let me just grab a little bit of this. And you can, you know, let's see. That might be a little too light, a little too warm. So maybe this is going to be like something that I would use, something that I would use as barely a mid-tone. It's going to be a shadow right now. And I'm going to define only the eye sockets a little bit, the shape of the eye sockets. And this is pure improvisation in terms of, you know, like the generic, again, I'm in that generic stage of creating a little shadow right here. And you can see immediately, I don't know if you can see it on the, but suddenly the eyes are there. Even though these are just the shape shadow shapes for the eyes, right? And I can always push it a little more. I can make it a little darker. I can make it lighter. And it's easier right now for me to paint this way because I kind of sketched where I wanted to have that head. Multiple times I looked into a mirror reflection. I discuss the possibilities of shifting and moving this person or this character or figure, or I don't know, pilgrim, however you want to call him, scholar. I wanted to blend him, I wanted to make him blend with the background, and right now he's definitely the furthest from the group, which I'm not sure if it's good at this point, because maybe this guy should be all the way in the back. We don't know yet. And let me just incorporate him into a background as well. So this needs to go a little bluer. There's slightly bluer tones there. And way lighter. Yellow. So I'm pushing this guy further as well. You see, and I'm slowly just kind of like I'm putting a kind of that whale fog on them, because I don't want them to and this is something that how to describe this, and this is not that I'm complaining about well, let me rephrase that. Let me maybe not even talk about that, but let me maybe point out one thing. If you are right now sketching, start to sketch composition rather than just random figures or random objects, because you're going to run into problems that you have these sketch here, sketch there, and if you decide to one day that you want to create a composition with a narrative, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to just, sketch all the figures and then connect them together. And not only that, then disconnect them and then connect them again, and then disconnect them and connect them again, because a lot of painters these days like to, do these kind of unfinished paintings. They look like sketches, and our eye and our taste, or I don't know how would I even put this, We perceive it as a sketches, but the final painting, a large painting, whether you look at Rembrandt or Rubens, they all use that kind of a sketch feel to it, but as a part of composition rather than just the only way to paint. And I think that's very important to think of, that you have so many tools. You have that, you know, transparency, opacity, you have values, edges, you have temperatures, colors, hues, saturations, and all that kind of cool stuff. And then you are not using it as much as you are relying on a that kind of what would even be a right word for this? You rely on that, what, watercolor sketch feel to it. I don't even know how to say that. That's why I didn't want to talk about this, because I don't think I have a fully fleshed, coherent and what if I put this dark? And what if I darken this around here? Let's darken it. Let's see what's going to happen. This is fun. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's another soft edge right here, super soft edge. Okay, and let's maybe work a little bit with that a little bit with that warm and cool very end. So there's areas, I have the same tone, but I have a different hue. Net gray leaning more towards yeah, way better right now. And right now I can also add that cross there, and instead of just, you know, just painting a cross, I might do just a how would I, how to design that cross? So it's going like so here, from behind, right here, this way, this, and directly here. Or this way there, and down from here. Okay, well, I'm trying to right now design position for the cross. So it could go from here, here, down, like so, and then it's moving here. And therefore it's leaning this way. Let's see if this will work. And this is why I love to use paint, because I can just do whatever I want. I really can do whatever I want with the paint. And instead of maybe painting across completely, I'll just do a shadow. Off the cross there. Okay, what if I push it a little more this way? So this way right here, and then this way right here, and then here, and then here. Yeah, that might work actually pretty well. bit of more. Because right now he looks way too far away. So let's bring him a little bit more, a little bit forward. Just a little bit of detail, a little more of the detail. And it's not, again, it's not that, you know, detail in the classical sense of, well, I'm going to put band nerves in his hair, detail, but define the overall form, perhaps. A little more. And I'm really just, right now, just scambling on top of existing paint. So I can create a volume or three-dimensional feel of that. Of that portrait. Labella a little bit. And the forehead. I'm afraid that I'm again painting myself a little bit on the nose. So I can show the ridge of the nose. It's right here. And then just soften it a little bit. Just to soften it a little bit, and then maybe I can push a little light on the tip of the nose, just a little bit, just so he looks three-dimensional, even though there is no concrete features, and this could be anybody at this point. And I want you to think of him as you, if you wish to. Because when I think about narrative, we're all part of the journey. Every one of us, we have our own journey. You know, if you identify with 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 characters from this painting, that's okay, because that's something that I am looking for. I want you to be able to look at this painting multiple times throughout the, I don't know, course of years, and then you will be in the different point of on your life, and sometimes you feel that you are leading character, sometimes you feel that you are trailing behind, sometimes you feel that you are the bad character or a villain in the story. Sometimes you might be in the middle, just, you know, taking a ride, you know. kind of a being part of that group. And this is all that comes to that narrative, that part of the how would I even put this? Part of the exploration, part of the story that you are partaking. Because I don't want you to look at my painting and be like, oh, I got it, cool, next. I want you to take a moment. And if the moment is 2 or 3 seconds, it's still better than 0.01. Or millisecond, I guess. To be little smaller, because the head, the face was too wide, and it when I checked the mirror reflection, it looked a little too big. And then maybe I could push that shadow underneath him. Maybe it's over like this. Show his beard, that his face is with a long beard. And maybe a little bit of that shadow is going all the way here to his hair. Just a little shape for a mouth. And this is really, he's all the way in the back of the canvas. Maybe I should push it a little, kind of wanted me to go here a little bit more. What do you think? And I don't want to have a concrete shapes there in the background. I just, yeah, he's there, he's fine, he's chilling, he's all the way in the back. He's not the main character, he's not the villain, he's not the... A little bit of that shadow underneath the nose. And let's give him a little bit of a darker a little bit of a, you know, like you have that eyebrow, and then you have the eye socket. So I want to show that, you know, the eyes are really, really deep inside. And maybe even looking towards us. Let's see if I can make that happen. Okay, feels like it needs to be a little darker here. And maybe I should put what I'm painting right now are these, I don't know if you can see it, so I'll bring it to you. Oh, there it is. So I have my skull right here, and I'm thinking about glabella. And when I was talking about the eye sockets, you see this little triangle right here that protruding towards us. So I'm making this little lighter, but still lighter than this part, which is, in my case, turning away from us. Then I have a really light source, a really shiny light right here and right here, here and here. These are 2 points that they are lightest. I know that you see it the other way around because of the light shining from this side, but I have a kind of a top, slightly maybe from this side a little bit, but mostly top view, a top light source. So I'm trying to create little more of that right here. Slowly, starting to poke from that background. But it's almost, you can barely see it. I believe that you can see it more only because the way that it's catching light from the window, right? So it's kind of sticking, it's kind of, how would I put this? Since paint that I put down or putting down right now, it's thicker or more impasto. That means that if light from the window is hitting it, it's kind of creating a little bit more contrast than just a soft or smooth paint that it's everywhere else on his face, right? So those little ridges, and you should start thinking about this, that and especially, I was talking about Rembrandt multiple times because he really thought of this. The thicker impasto kind of a heavy feel of the paint, it's going to reflect light differently as a smooth, continuous surface. So your paint, or the volume that you're trying to create, it's going to be not only illusion, but by making the lightest area, the thickest paint, it's going to protrude from the canvas as well towards us. So you're going to get that feeling of three-dimensional you're going to get that feeling of freedom. No, that's not the right sentence. You automatically going to subconsciously, maybe. I'm trying to think of the correct somewhat correct, that's what I should say, somewhat correct explanation of what I'm trying to do right now. So let me try one more time. So when we think about painting, and if you ask yourself, what is painting? Probably the closest explanation that I have about painting is that it is illusion of three-dimensional space on two-dimensional surface. So what do I mean by that is, and I think that this is from Cézanne, that he kind of delved into this problem first, or it's most known for delving into this idea first. He proposed that why am I trying to create a perfect illusion of three-dimensional world when we have sculpture for that kind of art? Why am I trying to fake something that is already quote unquote fake? Because this is just this is not the reality. This is a representation of a reality. And he thought of objects in terms of, oh, I'm looking at you from, like, this is a frontal view, so I'm going to paint you from the front. If I want to paint the side plane, I'm just going to move to the side and look at my object from the side and paint the side the same way that I'm looking at the front. So everything is flat on the flat surface. And his idea was that that's a better or more accurate representation of what's happening. It's a flat surface, it's a two-dimensional surface. Why am I trying to create illusion? Why am I trying to, you know, lie to you? Well, okay, this is a flat surface. I see this from the front. I'm painting in from the front. And then when he wanted to paint the side, and especially with some of his still life, it's very visible. Then he just moved himself and was like, okay, this is the side plane, so I'm going to paint a side plane, but the same way as I painted the front plane is just going to be on the side. That's kind of, I don't even know how, and this is my understanding of what he was doing and what he was exploring, and I'm not sure that I am the right person to talk about it, because my knowledge has some limitations, obviously, and you should probably go and experience his paintings, or at least research his paintings and his ideas. I think he was a great painter. I really like his work, some of his work, not all of it, some of his work. And I think that he was that first, or he was that in-between link, or in-between step, that kind of how would I put this? Well, if on one side we have a realism and on the other side we have abstract art, so he's somewhere in the middle. He's trying to create as realistic images as possible, but he doesn't want to create the illusion of three-dimensional space. He just wants to paint a cube or apple or whatever he was, or house. Oh, man, this is difficult. Well, let me just stop for a second talking about Cezanne, so I can collect my thoughts, because it's not that difficult of an idea. I think it's difficult to describe it without looking at it, right? So I should probably make the coherent, again, one coherent thought, and then describe it rather than just try to freestyle it, because I can freestyle what I'm working on, but I shouldn't probably freestyle someone else thoughts behind painting. Well, that would be beneficial, right? So let's get back to what I was working on, and that's portrait that it's behind, all the way in the back. And well, a question is, am I going to put a little bit more details there? Because right now I'm looking on this portrait, I'm looking here, and then here, and this is closer to him than to this. And I'm not sure, do I want to push it a little bit more? Well, I think that the best way, or the appropriate way, no, that's not even there. Even that is not right. I think I should wait and start developing this portrait a little bit more to bring it really nice forward towards us. And then I can make another decision, either educated estimate or guess, should I knock this down, which is going to be way easier, or should I bring this a little bit more forward into the resolution? I might work on it a little bit more because I think that it still deserves, but this is a good way to think of maybe this kind of a finish would be really good, maybe for some of these people that's going to be somewhere here in the composition. They're all the way in the back. And since this is a test canvas, right, I should think of this test canvas that way, that this is not the final piece. It might happen to end up good, but for now I think he's where I want to have him. Maybe I should focus on this guy a little bit more to give us that complete picture of positions for the hats. So I might do that, and I'm going to correct a little bit this guy right here. So let me just grab that. I'm sorry about that, Suzanne. I hope, I'll check the I will check when I was talking about the Cezanne in post during the editing, and I'll try to listen to what I'm talking about, and then I'll decide whether it made sense or not. Because it's really the best way to look at the Cezanne or talk about Cezanne. It's with some photo references, and maybe I'll do a little maybe I could do a little video, or maybe even stream talking about different ideas behind different styles. You know, like stuff that Cezanne was working on, or Watteau, or maybe, you know, like what's the difference between Renaissance and Baroque? What's the classicism? What's neoclassicism? Because these things are really, I mean, most of you probably know them from art history, but there's a difference in my opinion, or in my experience rather, I should say. There's a difference between, I'm softening the edges here, so. In my experience, I think there is a difference between the way how painters look at art history and historians. I sometimes feel that historians are like I don't want to say stale, but almost like they're purposely difficult to with this with their categorization of things. That's what I was trying to say, which is not wrong. I mean, yeah. But then where's the fun of painting? Just whatever you want. But I totally agree with the fact that the art history is extremely important. And if you don't know art history, then what are you doing? Softening all these edges. And the reason why I'm softening them, because you remember I talked about this, it's in the background, so I don't want to have any hard edge there. So I'm trying to fill, I'm not trying to smudge it or mush it together, a paint, but I'm trying to create values in between already existing values. So the transition is really soft, really subtle. A little light, let's put a little light there, and kind of a cool, kind of saturated red on the top of the ear. See what's up with that ear. Yeah, he's there. Maybe the shadows are a little too. Maybe shadows are a little too dark. Well, let's leave it as it is right now, and let's address this dark figure right here, because I think that this one right now is breaking the kind of overall feel that these figures are in the background. This one is closer to us. This one is the closest from this section or these figures. So let me just move him towards the background a little bit more. Really soft edges there. A little bit of that shadow. Under the nose. Eye sockets. I still can't how much this looks like me. I don't. I'll have to do something with it. It's pretty funny. Softening these transitions. So again, a forehead, and again another generic figure, again with the no hair, so maybe he could get that monk's cut. Softening this transition where the glabella is, and I'm slowly trying to create just a suggestion of a figure there. So again, eye sockets, a shadows under the nose, and for now these are generic because there's no need to give them more information for now. In the final piece, I'll probably give them a little bit more character, individual character, not necessarily more detail, but you know, the different shapes of a head, because that will improve that the idea that I was talking about previously, that we have a unity within a variety and variety within a unity. So what I'm trying to do is that these are all heads, right? These are all humans, but they have a different shapes of head. They want to have a different style of their hair. They're going to look towards the different directions, so they lead us towards that natural movement throughout the painting. So again, softening. Connecting, disconnecting, finding the best way to describe a distance between the figures, position, composition, position, composition. a little bit of that symmetry. And again, you can see me going back and forth. And again, I'm looking not here when I'm stepping back. I'm looking here, all over the canvas. Because I need to make sure that I have these things resolved as a whole before I, start adding more and more details. I'm just trying to smooth the surface a little bit with the palette knife. So I'm kind of, pushing the paint together a little bit more, but it's not like I would I don't want to smudge it. That's why I'm not doing it with the fingers right now. I wanna I just want that, press on the paint from the top. So all the, little brush strokes that are next to each other and create the little ridges, they just, really I'm kind of ironing creases in between brush strokes. Because I still want to have the difference between brush strokes, but I don't want them to be overpowering the figure that it's next to him. Okay, so I have this, I have that. I can push his mouth a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a suggestion of the mouth. Only the shadow. Underneath or between lips. And then little light on the top plane. Of the bottom lip. And it would immediately, if you're familiar with these planes, from the planar head or just from observing how light interact with different objects, then you can just go and design whatever you want. You can make a mouth bigger, you can make them smaller, you can make them thinner, you can make them fuller. It's completely up to you. And I'm making them just, strictly generic right now. And I'm going to probably pull up a some of the references for the hair that they used to have, so I can give him a hair. So I don't, the reason is that I don't want to have 1, 2, 3 baldies or bald heads, or shaved heads rather, next to each other. Or maybe I could give him one of these heads. That might work. That might work. Let me see. Sounds like a plan. Do I have a example for this kind of a hairdo, or I don't? I thought I think I saw it somewhere around here. I have so many random references here in the file with this project. Well, they're not random. They're more because I have this is interesting actually, because I have a multiple different variation, and you can see one of the variations right there. This canvas right here, there's a different composition for the same topic, and then I have one in the back of the studio as well, hanging behind me. There is another variation. I have probably 5 different versions of this this composition. So I have a different. I have to separate the files, so I will call it, I don't know, project 1, project 2, project 3, because I have it all compiled together, and sometimes I have, sometimes I'm looking through the file and I'm like, what is this reference doing here? And then I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. It's from a different variant, but I can't find. So what to do? Maybe I could give him that hat. That would kind of nicely, because I'm going here, then it's turning this way, and then, well, we'll kind of tie them together. And then I have, I don't think, you can see it. And then I have this guy right here in the composition that it's not there yet. Well, because it's out of the frame. He's going to have that kind of a head covered with that. So it kind of, it will connect it from the other side as well. So that might work. I am again thinking. Well, let me take a, I'll be right back. Okay, where were we? I think I was talking about that, what to do with the guy that is in the background, and I think that he will be cool with that little kind of a help of that hat. Perhaps another thing that I was doing a little research, just a quick, and I found out that there's a lot of different colors for that type of a hat and the shapes. And right now I don't know, because I saw some white, and I thought that white was for female, but I think it's not white, it's like a natural cloth, kind of a linen color. So maybe I can do different colors as well. So we will have that unity within the variety, in terms of, okay, the unifying factor is that those are all the hats with the same shape. Variety is going to be that they are in, they might have a different colors. It's one possibility. Another possibility is that we can add another another factor into a mix, that it's going to, these are all heads, we can have also, we can have a, that's a unifying thing. I mentioned that we can have the same different colors, but we can also add the different shapes. So we have even more variety. But then I might be worried that they look way too disconnected. But then, you know, we can look at this as a, I mean, these are really, this is a really a big group of people. And since back in the days, and you know, 1,200 years ago, most likely they did not have, not most likely, they didn't have that, you know, a store that you go and you buy them. Most likely they were very simple cuts, and they were sewn by themselves because they were monks, right? So I don't think that they had extra money for buying stuff, since the idea of being monk is just to, you know, get rid of everything that, you know, can divert your attention from the God, and wealth or money, it's one of them. So even though they might have, you know, like one standard issue for the monastery, but these monasteries might have monasteries in a different location, perhaps they might have a slightly different variation of that cap, maybe because of a different material that they used to make it. So I don't know. That's something that might, you know, I might consider this. That's what I'm trying to say. That would be a really something to consider. Let me see. So maybe, you know what, let's sketch it in there. And again, since this is a oil painting, and this is also a experimentational fragment painting, where we really go, you know, into the deep, deep dark forest of unknown, where 2 + 2 = 5, and path out of this dark forest is white only for one. That's a famous, I paraphrase this, but this is a famous quote or idea of my favorite chess player, the hero for that matter, Mikhail Tal, magician from Riga. So let's get willingly into the dark forest where 2 plus 2 equals 5, and find that narrow path, or find that path that is wide only for one to get out. So I might just grab a little bit of saturation. And I found some references, so maybe if I could put like so there, so we'll cover a little bit of his. There is going to be tip of that cap, and then it goes like so. And then we can maybe curve it towards here. And then let's try to do the same thing on the other side. A little bit of that. I was looking out from the window and the weather is just too good, too good. Maybe let's put this like so. So I have a top, and then I have a outside, and then I have an inside. So I can curve this and create a volume. And I really want it to be light. And maybe a little bit here. So it's kind of pushed against this. Cool. They should go a little bit more this way. I don't think I need that much. Okay, and then I should probably put dark value here. And I'm going to use again the negative space of that head or cap or whatever you want to call it to create a to paint or create to make a silhouette out of the negative space rather than just I think this looks cool. Yeah, this definitely works better because right now I'm connecting them through that variety, or I'm unifying them through that this through the heads. I will probably, I should, and you should remind me if I don't do it. I should probably research the names for these specific, pieces of cloth. Okay, I just put a little darker value there. Soften it again. And maybe I could go and, add the shadow from it. So I would create the shadow right here. That might work as well. So let me just hit it with a little bit more of the warmth. Even though it's warm, I still want it to be the same value as this will change this a little bit. Not significantly. And I'm just trying to add a little bit more of that interest so I can play with that ahead a little bit more. And let's try to make it a little darker. Yeah, I think this is going to work. I just need to make sure that I have a shadow properly. Really soft edge. I just want to create that. Yeah, I think this works pretty well there. I think this is something that will improve that overall readability. I just need to connect this shadow a little bit more. Oh yeah, I think it's working. That's actually pretty cool. I'm surprised how good does it work. So right now, the only thing that it's out of the place, whether you believe it or not, it's this. This little bit, but I know I'm keeping it because I'm going to put more detail there. But this is out of the place. And I need to do adjustments to that. So let me develop this guy fully. really soften this completely. And then let's make this pop. To make it slightly to define the form a little bit more. Soft edge, soft transition, all the way here. Okay. Okay. A little bit more of that. And then switch it to a little bit of the half tone and push it a little bit more this way. I'm correcting the symmetry right now because I felt like the symmetry doesn't work. Soft edges, so I have that roundness of the nose. I think this is working pretty well actually. It kind of creates that nice interplay between a foreground, middle ground and background, and really the only thing that bothers me right now the most, and that's the reason why I mentioned multiple times that, you know, this seemed maybe 2 weeks ago, or actually, you know, like a couple sessions ago, like very developed thing. Right now, it doesn't belong to the painting. It's not really. It kind of not that it doesn't belong. It kind of how would I put this? It kind of it lost its power of being at the focal point. All attention right now which is okay. It's right here. It's right here. So I'll have to figure something out, and probably I should. Yeah, he's. I need to correct the proportions. This needs to go a little bit more this way, a little bit more here. I think so. Let me just adjust it. Let's just not make the shadow that strong. It doesn't need to be that strong. Maybe I don't even need the shadow there. Maybe just a tiny bit. Just a suggestion. Because again, I don't want to overpower anything. I want it to be really flat, kind of a background portrait. So let me. Okay, and I want to create like a lighter spot right there. It might be a little too light or too thick, perhaps. So I'm trying to soften it. And then I have a hard edge and a soft edge. Soft edge, and then I need to put soft edge right here where his cheek is, because I made it a little too much of a contrast. And then this has to be a really soft transition. And then maybe I should put a little hole right here. So it's really that visual clue that yes, this is soft transition again into a background. A little bit of reflected light. So if you remember, I'm doing right now everything that I did with Bed Painting Friday, when I painted those little teacups. So hopefully this will give you a little bit more of that understanding why doing or making or creating these Bed Painting Fridays practices with, you know, softer edge right here, and let's soften it here as well. Let's bring it together. A little darker here. So I'm connecting it right now. I'll find the midpoint, and then I'll lighten the midpoint, or maybe I'll leave it this way. And I'll lighten this part a little bit. So this is everything is extremely soft here. The transitions are super soft. And they're all really not chromatic at all. It's more it's more tonal than anything else. So I'm playing with the tone a lot right now. I'm keeping everything very close to each other. The only difference is that, you know, the shadows that are there underneath the eye sockets, and they're popping up a little bit too much. But that's not the problem. I'm just going to correct it a little bit by adding more details here, because I think it needs to go closer. After I did this, right, so I was looking at, you know, I was developing this more and more, and I know that this is right now on the same level that this is. Maybe this is even a little bit more defined, so I'm going to define this guy a little bit more to bring it more forward. And that will hopefully help that feeling of things are three-dimensional, or three-dimensional, that things, that the figures receding into background through the help of atmospheric perspective. Linear and atmospheric, because I'm making the heads a little smaller as they go away from us, and I'm making them bigger as they go closer. Yeah. And even though I won't, you know, be necessarily satisfied with this tomorrow, I still at least have a good placeholder from where to start, right? So if I want to bring the saturation up, I can start scambling on the top, a little bit of paint, or I can, I don't know, I can maybe paint with a little bit more of, like with a thicker impasto paint, right? So I'll get a little bit more of that. Not only illusion of something three-dimensional, but actual, you know, creating kind of a sculptural feel to it with the pigment. Let me just add the little redness right here where the lips are. You see, I'm not really painting anything concrete. I'm just trying to, you know, make sense of what is happening there with. And you might see this a lot in Velázquez's work. I mean, I'm not going to compare myself to Velázquez, but he's really a master with that it seems so simple. Let me just bring up the book. All right, my friend. Hello, my friend. There you go, Velázquez. It's right here. So when you, so when you look at his work, it's really It's really very much just the soft transitions. For instance, you can see right here there is not that much definition. It's so simple. Get to this simplicity. It's well, it's extremely arduous task, I think. But it's so fresh to, it's just, it's not, those transitions are almost imperceivable between, and it still feels, you can still see a direction, how he placed the brush. So effortless. I might not be the biggest fan of his portraits in terms of, I don't feel as much I'm not, how would I put this? I'm not connecting with these portraits as much as I'm connecting with the Rembrandt's portraits. But when you look at the garments that he was creating and the way he moved with the brush and used, used every opportunity, well, how would I put this? It almost looked like when you paint and you don't like something, did you paint it and you just scrape it away? And it seems like like the idea of scraping away somehow put everything into place to create a beautiful looking portrait. And then he comes with the brush, and this is something that Rubens would do in the studio with his students. At least I imagining it that way. Let's put it that way. It's not what he did, but there are accounts, written. There are written recordings. No, how would I put this? There are things. There are information written about the Rembrandt, about Rubens, that we know that there's Rubens has a studio, a large studio with his pupils, with his interns, let me put it this way, with his interns, and they were painting and preparing paintings for him. So there was some kind of a composition. He decided on composition. He was like, "Oh, guys, this is the sketch. I need this to be blue. I need this to be a red. I need this to be that color, that color, that color." Just lay down the colors there, and then he told them, "Paint this, paint that, finish this." And then when all these little elements, what I'm doing right now, right, when the painting was in even more developed stage than this is, then he would come and be like, "Okay, guys, let me show you how it's done." And he would paint the beautiful hand. He would paint that beautiful portrait, or he would put already on the laid out portrait the perfect master touches, the precision and that kind of a confidence in which he placed those brush strokes. It's what, even though the confidence and the application is so powerful and so I'm so drawn towards that kind of painting that I am willing to excuse his anatomical mistakes. And trust me, there's plenty of them. When some French academics would just look at his paintings, they would correct all these things. But then when you start, and I did it myself, when you start correcting the anatomy, you're going to destroy that movement through his compositions, and suddenly everything falls apart. So I think that there was a conscious decision that, okay, I'm just going to put these long brush strokes there because I want you to move your eye from here to here. I don't care what you see in between. I just want you to follow it. And that's something that, my painting of that character that we have there, we still have to work on that. I have to put it here. Well, I'm not even close to doing something like that at this point. I am in the position of Ruben's studio workshop students. And I'm laying down the colors, I'm figuring it out how to put it there, and simultaneously I'm studying and teaching myself and improving my technique. And then when the master shows up, he's just gonna really, push the painting to another level. So this is the stage of just pure exploration and that kind of underpainting. I would still call this underpainting. Even though there is a lot of paint there, it's still underpainting. Okay, let's get back to that portrait there. And if you look at, I have Velasquez open. I don't think that you can see it, but it is a detail of Cardinal Camillo Astali, and that's the fragment that I'm looking at. Where's the full painting? It doesn't really matter. But when you look at the portrait that he painted there, it really feels like he took a mid-tone general value and he created silhouette, and he filled everything that is inside, then scraped that paint so the canvas, the texture of the canvas would show through, and then he add the details. Then he brought the darker shadows a little bit underneath where the eye sockets are, right? And then a little bit the shadow underneath the eyelid, the top of the eyelid, and then little darkness in the eyes next to a white highlights there, just to really push you to focus here. But when you really look at that painting, it's so simple, yet so effective. And this looks only like he used black with red and a little bit of yellow to create the shadows and hair. Red with white and yellow to create the skin tone. White to create the form, and that's it. So this is the limited palette as its best. Wow, it's almost painful to look at my painting right now. But that's the way of the progress. That's the way of the improving yourself. So you look at the master and how he did it, and then look at your work and be like, okay, I'm really far away from being done, because his simplicity is infinitely more times better than the most rendered painting that I have ever done. And I'm trying to keep this in mind, and I'm talking to you about this all the time, or I'm repeating myself daily about really subtracting unnecessary noise from your painting. The clearer and the simpler a message or visual message is, the easier it's going to, the easier a viewer are going to receive it. Not only that, a larger group of people will be able to receive it. It's not difficult to, I don't know, write something, even in English, that's very complicated and you're using enormous amount of, advanced words, technical terms, and so on and so forth, to show how good you are. But that kind of defeats the purpose of sharing the information. So when you're trying to communicate some idea with another person, subtracting it and making it simplifying it and making it still, to make it as simple as possible and still get across the full idea. I think it's the name of the game for most of these painters, especially Velázquez and Rembrandt, Titian. Even though there is a complicated thought and a lot of work behind it, it still shows, in order to simplify the portrait to this stage, you had to build up enormous amount of knowledge, because you can't really simplify from non-existing information, right? So I'm putting a lot of information there, and then I'm going to simplify it, because that's the stage of my painting progress that I'm at, right? So I'm putting enormous amount of information there, only to realize that this is going to be too cluttered, and then I'm going to simply, paint over this and kind of knock back everything that is not necessary. It might be a difficult way to create painting, but since I haven't had accomplished 50 or 60 other great paintings, I need to get to the stage for me to realize that more is going to destroy the painting. So I'll start subtracting from that. And right now I still think that I need to add more and more information there, only to realize that, oh, okay, this is way too much. It has this, it has that. You want to communicate this, then you want to add this, another thought. No, I think that one clear thought in one painting, it's way more than enough for average viewer to extrapolate from your painting. This is fantastic. And when you really look at it, there is literally or maybe one hard edge that I can find there. Everything is soft. Everything is soft. Wow. It's going to be ear right here. soft edge again. I push the ear a little. And it's getting really dark here, so I can't really judge the color properly. So maybe I should stop, or maybe turn it a little bit more towards the light. That might help. Okay. Can you still see it? Yeah. Yeah. So we can see right now maybe a little better. I don't know if I'm looking at the screen right now. Well, I think it's okay. I'm just looking for the reflection, but I think we're good. I think we're good. So let me push this. Softening that ear a little bit. Connecting it with this. And I want to add a little bit more of that eyeshadow that Velasquez had there, since I saw it, and I think it's cool. And then I saw that he had a little bit more of this shadow right here underneath the head. And then it's slowly correct. And then again, the same principle. I'm adding light right here, so I'm trying to keep and harmonize it, so they feel a little bit more connected, and you have that feel of three-dimensional. And maybe I should push it not even there, but maybe a little higher up right here, where the soften that edge. Yeah, this is better. See, immediately kind of create that feeling of volume. So then I can hit it a little bit more here on the nose. But again, just the top plane of the nose. And then highlight in the corner. But it's not the highlight in terms of, you know, the, I shouldn't call it highlight. It's the it is the point of the form. We're talking about the ball of the nose, that it's closest to a light source would be probably a terminus technicus. Cool. This needs to be soft. All these shadows needs to be soft, or transitions needs to be soft. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Seeing Velasquez and definitely check this out. This is a detail of Cardinal Camillo Astalli. It's really small, and yeah, Cardinal Camillo Astalli. Astalli. I said it like he's Italian, probably he's Spanish. So right now, I put all the portraits there. So I have every element of this painting and its place. And I'm looking at the composition, and I think it's working. I really think it's working in terms of the direction. So a next step is going to be start improving. The only thing that I don't have, and I will definitely deal with it, it would be these transitions here. So is it going to go this way? I'm going to show this guy right here, and he's going to be a little darker. Let's see, well, we can do that right now. So again, this is his arm going this way, so whoops, this is way too warm. I want something cooler and darker. See, I want to do a little divisions between them, right? So and you can immediately see that, you know, the slight shift. So one shape, this one, it's behind this one right here, because there's a more contrast here, and I have a better shadow there, or a darker shadow, rather. Let's connect this. Through a, no. There needs to be a sharper edge there. I like it better this way. So let me maybe push it with lighter background value. There is no need for these edges to be so sharp. Ooh, this is still very wet. Okay, so I will wait. And let it sit and dry a little bit, but as it is right now, I think that I reached that point where all the elements, main elements, are at its place, and they are kind of okay, kind of properly set up. I like the motion, I like the direction of the composition. Of course that there is plenty of work right now there, but we are really on a good, so let me right now, so I'm standing in front of, yeah, okay. So I'm going to check that reflection, yeah, this works. This works. The only thing that needs to be done, it's either I'm going to bring, yeah, a little bit of that, symmetry. Still was not working, symmetry. Maybe a little bit of that eyelid there. And then I have to bring this guy a little bit more forward, so I'll add more details. Details there. And then it feels like this needs to be a little bit more. It's just because it has a generic shape of a head, and I want it to be a little bit more, you know, more like this, and then perhaps I could add a little shadow there. I see the reference for this little head, and they have these little, and a little bit here. As it goes away, and then a little bit here. Yeah, it might be a little bit too much right now, but that's okay because it's going to, I can always knock it back a little bit when I decide. So, and then I need to do a little sharper edge right here, so I have a clear separation between those two heads, because I wanted to make sure that the one is in front of another. Let me check the symmetry. Yep. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, let's see. Let's put this on the side for a second, and let's maybe, since the paint is still wet and I want to paint wet in wet, especially when I work with these soft transitions. What was that? I'm still trying to find some cool reference for these characters. Perhaps this might be. This might be it. I'm trying to find something that will help me with that. With that portrait. Maybe some sculpture. instead of me finding something wow, okay, well, plenty of ideas to work with. Let me see, gallery on this. Hmm. I don't have anything that would help me with this particular portrait, so I should probably leave it as it is today. Anyway, it's almost, oh wow, we're going over the actual plan. So I'm going to leave it as is right now, and we will see tomorrow how much how good it is, you know, with the fresh, with the fresh with a fresh eye. But as it is right now, I'm kind of okay with the placement. And since I'm okay with the placements, I'm going to start developing the painting with a little bit more details. That means that I'm going to correct, you know, I'm going to bring the attention to the garments, the movement. I'm going to work on the feet a little bit to unify them. I need to work a little bit on the background to make it a little bit more receding, not background, floor plane, to recede into distance. Right now they look like they're, let's say this, you can see that, you cannot see it. Well, I'll talk about it next time then. But yeah, this was a lot of important decisions that we made today. So keep in mind that even with your own work, that there is always place for improvement. You can always take your painting step further, but it's not necessary in more information. It's also about how much I can subtract from the painting and make it clearer for the viewer to read from the painting. Because right now I feel it's way too convoluted. There is a lot of questions that a viewer will have about how these figures actually live in this space, rather than just focusing on the message, what are they doing and what are they bringing or taking away from us, right? So this is This is a stage when, okay, we understand the proportions, we understand the positions, we know where the fabrics are, we know where the feet are, how that figure is standing on that ground plane. These are all, we figured this out. Maybe I might feeling that this arm is a little too long, so maybe I might push it a little higher. So it gives me a little better, more a solid feel, right? But overall, this is our layout right now. Everything is kind of suggested. I spent too much time playing around here, and you can see this from previous streams that you can check them out on YouTube if you want to. They are there, a part of the library. That I'm streaming also on YouTube, but I'm keeping the library from videos, I don't know, 2 months ago, half a year ago. You can still find them there. And if you scroll through and watch these videos, you will see how much difficulty I have with this, only because I am neglecting a background. So do not neglect your backgrounds, because painting is a I'm trying to, again, today, I don't know, my brain is not braining properly. Because this is narrative painting, right? There is a story that is there, so I cannot neglect the background, because background is part of the story. These figures that are there are part of the story, and I was trying to imagine them instead of painting them in, and that cost me, first of all, a lot of time, and the second important thing is that it actually forced me to do changes that might have not been necessary in the position of the figures, right? So keep this in mind, continue with working on your paintings, and I hope to see you soon. Take care, bye.